Hello everybody, it is Tuesday. Let me just pull that down just a touch. It's Tuesday. It's Case 5 day. We're starting Case 5 from Game 1 of Ace Attorney. So we've just finished up the 4 that were originally there. Case 5 is an addition they added to the DS version, which if you were in North America is the only version you knew. I remember some character parts about this, and mostly like all the DS touchscreen stuff that we got to do, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, let's just start. We can chat about other things as we go. Oh no, it's raining! Also, this case is, like, quite long. It's gonna take us a couple streams to get through it. I don't remember this at all. Oh, look at all the murder happening. Murder. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. You know this badger? This stabber badger? Why do I come to this office every day? It's not like I want to work. Mood. There you are, finally! Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am, it only matters who you are! The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. Yep, no longer works here. She's dead! So you are? The coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. The office is named after me now. We changed the signs, I think. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yep. Edgeworth wasn't the murderer, though. Oh, that's a relief then. You're better than nobody. That's what I want on my tombstone. Better than nobody. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are the Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? I mean, yeah, what, did I quit while I was ahead? I feel like I quit while I was ahead. Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please? I'm out of time. But, please? You have to help. It's my sister. Memories! Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Uh-huh. Emma, so... science, huh? That's right, I do the science. Something wrong? No, you just seem kind of... jumpy? Young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, sure. Wait, 16? Oh yeah, I'm really into science. I'll be assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is really, really good. And what do you do right now, then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you call me an 11th grader? But I'm ready to do my job, at my age. Great. Future professional. How old is Phoenix? He said he was 24 last game. So what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. She'd use a gun. I mean, no, she'd never do anything. Oh, a murder case, huh? That is all we do here. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. You should just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Great. Okay. I could do that. I promised her I'd bring her Mia Fey, but... Well, that's interesting. How would how would she know Mia? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, then? Excuse me? I'm not a child. Still, it's good to have a goal. Even a very unusual one. I don't know why that's such an unusual goal, Phoenix. I believe investigation should be done scientifically. Don't you? I can't... The button on her shirt just looks like it's screaming. Like, and it can't stop. Sure. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center to talk to her sister. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. Ah, they went to the same school. She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And, well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia's a... yeah, sure. That is a feminine name. Well, it's nice of your sister to do a thing. Well, actually when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. But she is my family. Your only family. What about your parents? Oh, they died in a car accident. Oh. Sorry? Detention center. Didn't even get your sister's name. Oh, I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise this year? Understood, ma'am. What was that about? Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing. Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow. You still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know my name? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. So what exactly is it that you do? Clearly she's an airline pilot. My name is Lana. Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. Right, I forgot people dress fancy over there. You're prosecutor? Two sisters. One, a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Did they go to the same lawyer school together then? I mean, justice school? What do they call the high school? Oh, that's so much later. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? There's something you should know from the start. And that is what? The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is me. Yeah, I did it. Well, Mr. Wright, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's specific. It was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. Well, that's unlucky. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Oh, okay. Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed as it were. Well, that's great. So, who was the victim? An investigator with the police department? I suppose the correct term is detective. Did you kill Detective Gumshoe? A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Death penalty? Uh-oh. What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. And they will use any means at their disposal to do so. It's not Detective Gumshoe, by the way. Although it really is a bad idea to go killing off the few people you seem to have in that department, I guess? I don't know. So you're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. That's large. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. I only recognize Mr. Payne and Edgeworth, really, at this point. Oh, I guess and Von Karma, though I assume he's not prosecuting anymore. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible. You wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, huh? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way out of here. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey. It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was top of her class in school. Sure, you call it whatever you want, Emma. I was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. Sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright. Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you could take this case. None. But Lana... Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana, I know. So how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as to your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can. She did confess to the crime. Something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Cool. What happened? Well, I mean, I don't really know. I think maybe she... Well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something here that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking of the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. After all, the case is tomorrow. Oh, so this is the lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they are going to be my coworkers 3 years from now. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying to not stand out too much. Hey there. You expecting to go unnoticed there, partner? Partner? I've completely forgotten what everyone in this case looks like. Oh, what do we have here? Looks like a bambina that got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall! Why is that a... Why... No, Marshall looks more like a sheriff to me. Look here, Bambina. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a motherload of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to? What? Just drinking on the job, casually. You head along home now. Happy trails. Was that hombre a friend of yours? Kind of, sort of. Yeah, he's a detective who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West. Okay, we'll start on this side of the screen. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait, what are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything in a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. Oh, I see you're a klepto too, huh? Sounds like theft to me. A foldable wallet. There seems to be something inside. Wallet hastily stuffed into pocket. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail. Oh, good. She's been waiting for this. Okay, now, look at the court record. This is where stuff gets interesting. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now let's start examining from every angle. Oh look, I think there might be a clue. You should check it out with the press of the A button. We can open the wallet! This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. See? Isn't scientific investigation useful? Isn't it useful to actually open things and look at them? Yeah, I don't really see what science had to do with this. Now we have his ID. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. Guess I gotta be on my toes from now on. We've just ditched the rest of the wallet. A name, ID number written here. Wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else would they use? Letters, silly! They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. Yubba dab. See? Wouldn't that be better? Well, sure. Exactly. Doesn't take much to amuse her. Alright, that's everything. The button on her lapel a screaming smiley? I choose to think so. Aha! A ladder! Is it a step ladder? That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Gotta have a stepladder joke. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she talking about? Hey, what did you just say? See? You can hear just fine. Phone's broken. This wall is in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade, hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. I feel to say how that makes a difference. Okay. Look! A door! Doors don't mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock! I feel to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. No. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. What is this? Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here is our claim. You best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Yeah. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, well, the little filly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with a body in her saddle, eh? What? Please? No problem, partner. About time for vittles anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prosecutor's office. Might just find you a... Cerveza? Cerveza? I don't know that word. Prosecutor's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self. Look up Vittles, Saloon, Cerveza. Maybe we should check out room 1202. In any case, stay away from that car. You can look around here all you like, just keep your paws off our claim. Right, great. Great, maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me. Were you two all set? Us? She has onigiri on her hat. And a octopus around her neck? Alright. What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Hello, half and half was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks? This area is off limits to anyone without clearance. Especially passerbys. Or are you officers? No, but you don't really look like you have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even in my days. Even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. That's not a nickname you should want. Huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sword secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness? All right, those exist. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up, Queen. Tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am? I just want to point out... Oh, it won't let me slide back over there. The car had an outline of the body coming out of it, and it just looked ridiculous. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny. Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday? I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors? Is that also not something you should be telling anyone? Is there some kind of scientific evidence of this evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Every time you say that, all I can think of is a cat throwing up. It's not a good nickname, lady. Ew. The most heinous of all the evil ones. The one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm really confused. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So what exactly was it that you witnessed, Miss Star? It was a fascinating spectacle to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Skye wield that knife so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite a feat becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. Oh, that's right. I forgot. We're in Japanifornia or whatever weird America cross thing. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No? Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind You can only tell someone who has tried General So's Trilobite lunch set. Never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a Trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Uh-huh. Did you have a bad experience with a prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha, perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking, Cough Up Queen. We stopped calling her that. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. About this card. Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no cards, especially not a card belonging to someone else. This isn't a credit card, it's an ID card. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady. Why? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. It is? A defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's Pickle Supreme lunchbox? It looks like you just put a bunch of pickles on rice. Wow, it's really crunchy. Box of pickles? Kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. This is where the carters leave the lot. The air on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Maybe it's both. Oh, the theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? Oh, thing up there. A stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in here. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I think it's just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Mm-hmm. Alright. Presented everything. We've talked about everything. I guess we'll just leave. See this? It's my attorney's badge. Oh well, I've never seen a real one before. First one who's actually been interested in mine. Its composition is mostly silver. The gold plating is flaking a bit. Oh, good. There does appear to be any corrosion due to sulfides. I'll give you $50 for it. It's not for sale. Ooh, can I? Yeah. This is what the back of the badge looks like. I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, I'd be found out right away. Well, that's no fun. Okay. There must be something else I have to do here. I only have the 2 things to present. We've checked both items. Checked everything in this room. Guard monitors, frozen in fear, feeling chilly. Camera. This is a plant. We've named it Charlie. I've been taking care of it. Cleaning a day again at the hotel. I hear they're planning a second branch. Oh, the bellboy's staring right at me. This is desk. Should dust every now and then. Legal books. I tried reading one, it made my head hurt. And then I closed it and slipped out of my hand, and then my foot hurt too. Poster for Steel Samurai. Maya stuck it up here on the day when she left. I didn't have the heart to take it down. I do sometimes get strange looks from the clients, though. What am I not doing? We've done all the talking. I gave you... I pointed out these things at you. That didn't do anything. It seems like I got everything in the room. Can't slide back to the other area. Edgeworth, Gumshoe, Emma Sky, Mysterious Lunch Lady. Map board games. Hey, thank you for that resub. Objection? No, wait, the opposite of that. Endorsement. I don't know. What am I missing? It's like I haven't. It's like I need to do something else in order to trigger a flag to move forward. What? Don't know what the game wants me to do. What am I missing? Oh! It's right there. It's because I went back to one of the other places. Ugh. Gee, I wonder whose room this could be. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What, that shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whatever office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Long time no see, Edgeworth. It's been like 2 months. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. You know him from somewhere? Of course. I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right, her sister is the chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I? Hi, it's just Mr. Wright here. Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? A body was found in this nasty bright sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. So, the body was found in your car, huh? Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no. She didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. Emma Sky. Nice to meet you again. No, that didn't sound forced at all. Ah, now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit it was a surprise for me, too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what'd you say? Lana Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth? To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. Hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about him. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? Brought shield? Chief Prosecutor Sky? Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. Just taking all your stuff, huh? What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't he take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. So I love this. He basically just talked about the knife, and now I have the knife. This must be the victim's blood. Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth in the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket. Right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. She's too excited. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Mumbles of prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send the shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So that K, that's... K stands for king? Yeah, you got a problem with that? I need to sign the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. Now it's ours. What an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Wendy, is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiancée? I don't think so. Ooh, cute. What a pretty tea set. I believe one of the special editions of the Ace Attorney investigation games in Japan came with a teacup. I think it might have been the second one. I'd go more for instant tea bags myself. Amazing! The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. You're just jealous you don't know about tea. Whoa, what a view. It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important? Incidentally, were you to jump out this window, the time until impact with the ground would be... Got it. Approximately 3.23 seconds. Oh, that's handy to know. Work desk. Quite tidy. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. Polished so well I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. Hey, a chessboard! I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kinda reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, I'm thinking too much about that. Yeah, that's not what I think it is. Oh, these are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have someone get them for him. I just pictured the detective again. He must study his case reports so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. I bet he pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, and he rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. I bet in the morning he has sofa hair, and little creases in his cheek from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool? Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. It looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. One guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name does have kind of a ring to it. Your sister is like the chief prosecutor, and you haven't heard about what happened with Von Karma? That seems a little weird. It's against my policy. So basically this says you're the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah? I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? Oh, it doesn't matter. I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Hey, I was wondering about this... Mr. Wright. Huh? What? Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, yeah, he'll take it for sure, won't he? Wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth, but then my sister would be found guilty. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney, a long time ago. What? You wanted to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Yet my path is laid out clearly before me. I have no time to reflect on what might have been. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. A parking stub. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I'd appreciate it if you direct the suspicious glare elsewhere. Oh, right. Forgot about you. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find a new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going. Sky, sir. No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in the report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but, sir, I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your arrangement with us, sir. Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins, take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Right? Yes, sir? Ah, he caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. It says his name on it. Date of the crime. Murder took place 3 minutes after he parked the car. If only he'd been held up by a couple extra lights, he wouldn't have been caught up. Goes to show you never really know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. The back of the ticket is nothing. Oh, finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi, and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to criminal affairs next door. Hmm? Hold on. What's that? It's the blue badger. Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? Oh wait, I know. This is the blue badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the blue badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the blue badger? Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal. What are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? Wait, well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. I'll give you one word of advice. You'd better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no, come on, pal, there's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? Oh, she's a relative of the suspect. She's Laniskai's sister. Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean this time? Then what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being led into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation. An Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall? Well, when I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of a crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. Hey, look at my attorney's badge. You show this to me every time we meet. Real men show their police badge, enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Wait, speaking of ID cards, I did find that detective ID card. We're getting there, Phoenix. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Hey, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me in so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa, now I remember! Bruce Goodman! He's the victim! That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have, a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We have to find out more. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I got an award for diligence. Oh, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. He doesn't remember. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Oh, must be because of the rumors. So, this ID card belonged to the victim? He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that. But Detective Goodman was killed by the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that the chief prosecutor, Sky, called him out there to the parking lot. Alana's confessing as much. He's in a tough spot. Again. Again? Well, you remember we had that case with the lake? Well, it started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there's always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had an unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. I was wondering about that. What? The Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe. The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing. Nice work. It's battery powered so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger, fated to dance until he drops. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What's his name? The guy in the parking lot? Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the chief of police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer. From West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this, and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there, and nobody will look at you twice. I always get excited when I come to a police station. Why is that? Just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. Look at that patrolman. He's saluting the other guy. He must be detective. And then I said, hey, you do that. Your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting, it was just wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in those posters. They hardly even look human. Oh, she has a point. The banner here is announcing the crime-fighting campaign. Uh-huh. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want a set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. Do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? Nope. Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol card, and it came to me. We'd just been at the zoo, see? What about zebras? Or did they not have those at your zoo? Odd conversation. Ah, it's just a photo. Can't zoom around it. Hey, look! Looks like something's been crossed out. Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe. Let's see. Annual bonus, $20. I think a couple zeros are missing. No, that sounds about right. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator. Basic envelope otherwise. Alright, back to the crime scene. Where now they will definitely, totally let us look at the crime scene based on the word of a detective who's not allowed to be at the crime scene. Investigation's still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, it looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight, then. Oh, still here? Hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs, too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a dog. A doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. Especially since he just keeps shaving. Something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime. A cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something that catches interest? Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe. Ah, that old cow dog. He's holding a birthday party or something. Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive? No worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. Guess I better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Police investigations are like settling land. Well, what do you say? I guess I don't need this anymore. We crumple it up and discard it. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness. One stab to the chest. A fine piece of work. Here's the autopsy report. One knife wound. Died within an hour and a half of 4. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the chief prosecutor. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here, to this parking lot? So it seems, like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoot detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it? So, why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of his cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just he don't realize it yet. What? Kicked out of the investigation? Okay, let's examine the crime scene first. See? Look at this. This jangly body. The camera's kind of in the way. Look at this jangly body. Just hanging out. It's all jangly. Alright, this is a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else who it would belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Why wouldn't we? This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright, most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just you never know with people from your generation. He's 24, you're 16. Yeah, okay, sure. Now, to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney just doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. That song! I know that! It's the Steel Samurai. Or at least a version of it. Hey, what's going on over there? Sorry, I'm just touching things. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Yeah? Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prosecutor Sky. What? It's my sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who'd she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that? Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. A wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Uh-oh, I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it out in the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You've got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Something's written on it. You're right. Let's see. 67S122. It's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, what does it mean? How am I supposed to know? Note to self. For detective reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. This appears to be the car where the body was found. Looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. Crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. It just screams, I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. It's a wonder anyone becomes a defense attorney. B-block is through there. That's where visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. A cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Okay, nothing's changed about that. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister? That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prosecutor tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. My many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between them? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's a-blowing through the prosecutor's office. Dry wind or ill will, something's up to something. Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. What you're saying is Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? Well, I guess we got some clues. We have an autopsy report, and a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So you think we'll be okay? Nope. I mean, the only thing bothering me is that Lana's confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. The detective is murdered and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. I mean, of course we don't. It's day 1 of the investigation. We won't know anything until day 3. Assuming we get that far. How'd the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me. No matter what the outcome, I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Skye, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Is that why we haven't been taking cases, Mr. Wright? Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. No, we're back again. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Did I... Okay. Autopsy. A wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. Loss of blood. Time of death is between 4 and 5:30. Nothing about that note. And... Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. I was just double-checking my evidence. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand. Oh, the cough-up queen. Because we need to keep mentioning that. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before! The judge is really wolfing it down. Oh, and for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. The one she handed to Phoenix Wright was literally just like rice with furikake on it. It's like the cheapest thing you could possibly give to a person. Will the witness state her name and profession? Oh, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? And that looks like just a bunch of rice with some seeds in it? It's too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So, this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty, it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. The heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Me? The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. What does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective? Ah! I know who you are! Cough up? Cough up Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well, you may continue with the description, Miss Star. Who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutors' spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness and arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Hey, look, we have floor plans now. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Star. Wait, Are they talking about me? They are. They're definitely talking about you. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well. You may cross-examine the witness. I always knew a day like this would come. And how did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired? To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend. You have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with lunches, thanks. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. Security guard room is in the lot, in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition. You sensed something? So are you saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like... oh, how would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. A young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. Well then I must be hard-yellowed and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there's a lot. In the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. It was a weird conversation about cheese that just happened, right? Wait, by garish car you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed, it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. She's telling the truth. We're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, You are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. Wait, why? I suppose it's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I now only seeing this photograph? You think I'd show it to you? A prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Are you sure you saw her? Yeah, I took a photo. You didn't bring this up earlier? No. You're all scum. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Uh-oh, there's unmistakably Liliana Sky. So what was the defendant doing at the time? Chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Well, that is in... And the fence is in the way. Okay. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Is your knife? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are by nature well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes, the next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. So, she stabbed him at 5:15 p.m. and yet somehow the date and time of death is between 4 and 5:30 from loss of blood. Cool. It's only a flesh room, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You say that before anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. That sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? This is it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Alright. Always knew a day would come. Was on my way. Sensed something. Saw her standing next to a car. Was holding a knife in her right hand. You think it's as simple as using her own photo against her? And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear to it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection? That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. Objection! And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photo. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? Ah, you got a better idea. I'm just gonna object. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Hey Murph, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. Hope your stream was going well. Let's see. Shotgun King the Final Checkmate. Don't know that one. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. Ooh, indie games, fun. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating like a robot. I mean, she looks kind of angry in this presentation. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? I feel like she found the body. If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Those gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned, the rubber gloves prove it. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like, driving gloves. The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves, of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show this wasn't premeditated. Alright, so... murder was planned. There are no prints on the knife. He died of blood loss, though. There's a memo. That doesn't show anything. Basically kind of have to prove that the gloves weren't a big deal. Right? Alright, I'm gonna try the autopsy report. Nope. It's been a while. Murder was planned. Down a save in case. The photo seemed like a pretty good indicator, but traces of victim's blood, no prints. I mean, I guess the thing would be like if it's planned, why wouldn't you? Well, no, she got caught. Parking stub. The memo? Or the phone? No, it's not the phone. I am trying very hard to think, Judge. We tried the photo. It's not gonna be something as silly as like, why would you do this where like a security room is? Yeah, maybe it is the floor plans. Oh well, you get to see what happens when you run out of chances. This is why we saved. I feel like there should be some sort of anti-confetti. Is it the knife? It's the knife, right? Because she said she cut her hand on the knife. Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon? A red car? All belonging to a prosecutor? The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy, are prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that LunarJade planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. It seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Murders are bring your own weapon after all. Oh no! Oh, he's got a point. Order, order. Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. That's a little premature. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Blah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is this lunch lady. The defendant, LunarJade, murdered a detective with a knife. That's the only thing the prosecution need prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Take two. LunarJade intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Well, I mean... Stabbed once. Stabbed once. Victim was summoned with the police department to the prosecutor's office. Does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to loss of blood from one stab wound. You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero. What about my objection? No one noticed me. Poor me. Well, witness. You got the crime scene set, right? Just a pile of rice with some ketchup and a fork sticking out of it. Thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. A splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. And tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify! Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Is she even wearing that? She's not wearing it. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself. With this photograph. Andor just keeps stealing all my thunder. But they can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there. A scarf. No, not that, but something red. Really? Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim? Though maybe this next part. Who knows? After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. How'd you get over the gate? Ah yes, when I arrested her she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. Wait, you're saying as she was running away you caught her, she was just like, ah, my scarf! Have I told you about how cool my muffler is? Like, exactly how does that come up? You're quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a snake. Don't bother me with details, unless you want to get bitten. No, thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Meow. Very well, Mr. Wright. So where is this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There's a wall there, about 6 feet high. She's obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Yeah, I have questions about how that comes about. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details. I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. Lunch late car was... a visitor, therefore in B block. You witnessed the murder from... here. That would make it about 30 feet from the car. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it. Amazing, the cough of Queen Lunch Lady Athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over that fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. I don't think you can climb over that fence. Yeah, that fence was about... Oh, okay, no, it's technically got a thing, but... How did Miss Sky not get away? I'm gonna push her on everything else first. She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? If I remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard say was the word muffler. Just that one word? Ah, okay. There might be something in the car muffler. So what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean. By phone, do you mean the cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. She dropped that on the other side. Ultimately. My memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see Miss Star. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall. That is on that side. Why would she do that with it instead of using her phone? Apparently it was out of order, so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. Ah, the things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Ooh. I saw it all, how she tried the phone on the wall, but had to use her cell phone instead. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha, I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. Chief prosecutor stabbed the victim, ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. And then I boldly grabbed her arm. Chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this. What is it, Mr. Wright? This would just be the floor plans at that point. Miss Star, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lanisky. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Oh, I think we've proved that like at least 3 times, that it has definitely personal bias in it. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You, who together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Does that not sound... Well, Miss Star, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Oh, is that why you're the cough-up queen? Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. Ew. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. Where she saw it. This guy tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? The place from which this crime was here. I think she was probably in the security room. The security guard room? Indeed, the security room is in the underground parking lot, is well positioned. It's built on the second floor so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables would be turned. Today a man has gotten the better of Angel Starr. Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? It doesn't make sense. She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It's true. She could have. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. This picture's on the other side of the fence too, which is really weird. The truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us her reason, what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Oh, suddenly now you want me to explain everything. Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Difference in lighting? Distance to the crime? Angle of view. Why the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station is on the second floor, and she would have sort of a more 3D view of the crime. And this is important? Why? Uh-oh. Time to lay down a safety save. I guess it'd be... I mean, the distance really shouldn't be that much. Maybe the difference in lighting? What does that mean? See, she would have seen the crime in better lighting conditions? Uh-oh. Just gonna load so I could get that back. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness? You. Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I don't know, she gave you moss once, and that seemed really weird. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend? He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass wall station. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. So I ran all the way over here. So I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. That explains why she was able to take that photo. Okay. I mean, she took a photo on the way. Probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely! Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Time to raise an objection! 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time, if you like it al dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony, and we suddenly care about that now. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately. I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. I'm not done yet. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer to not take the defense's team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Star. Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like Lanchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. Wow, just open bribery this case. What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. I just kept this shoe. What? There was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. First I have a photo I don't want to bring up, then I have a shoe I picked up. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. No, but I'd be curious to learn them. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Pretty sure we haven't followed that one before. In other words, the shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? I guess so. Edgeworth looks pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Are we not going to go over Rule 2? I guess not. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Safety, save. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why don't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This when the suspect is admitting she did it. Actually, let's look at the shoe. Can I can 3D look at the shoe. This blood is my sister's. Appears so. Lena's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. Oh, but what is all this blood on the bottom of the shoe about? There's blood here too. On the sole of the shoe? It's gotta be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood. It's horrible. This blood might be an important clue. this when the suspect is admitting she did it? But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with. And now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? And you found the shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. The shoe was my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunch boxes, gentlemen. Happy for you, I guess. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next. So, you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensic expert. She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lena Skye. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? Huh? Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types. A, B, C, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow down any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. Oh, that's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. That's where we're gonna... That's our line. Can't let this evidence go without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with the shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? Yes, of course there's a problem. I'm not imagining things. I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. A gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about this victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie, or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense, the victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of his shoe? Photo, maybe? I think that might be it. Just 'cause it's really the only picture of the crime scene. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Sure, let's go with that. Ha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order. Well, witness? What? Huh? Oh, great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Well, he clearly wasn't killed here. Think, Mr. Wright, think. I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There is one vital hint of the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. Chief Prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. I thought that was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. Are you going to suggest that there are no footprints because water got thrown over? This oil drum. Was it empty? Oh, that. I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness. Well, what was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. Except if that photo was taken before she was apprehended. There's clearly no... Sure, okay. What? It ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty. Erasing evidence. That reminds me, this guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't say she cut herself when she stabbed him. So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime, and she tried to conceal it. But... enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant Miss Lena Sky. There we go. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. Lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. The time for deliberations has passed. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. I have another photo. must have all this evidence that I've refused to give to anyone. A photograph? I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait. Look at that asphalt in the photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. This court is a mess. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Right, wet or not. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Objection! Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this photograph. The last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, Wright, are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. I'll think about it later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong. I've got to go ahead with this. Safety save. 'Cause I don't remember how things go anymore. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem with this evidence. Yeah, there is a thing in the muffler. Is that gonna be the problem? Let's say it is. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf or any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part on a car or a motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system. A pipe. I see. And I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? Oh, so what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does it have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Objection! Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your own testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. Muffler? Ah. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Because we care about that. Absolutely. 100%. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Phew. That was close. But We made it. At least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime, after all. He's still hungry? I mean, he ate, like, 5 lunchboxes? He had, like, the triple-decker and then 2 of the caviar. Okay, yeah, we can still keep going, but I'm gonna take a break so I can refresh my tea. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right. We can get into day 2 now. Yeah, this entire investigation is actually really sloppy given the amount of the fact that you have the chief prosecutor in there. Mr. Wright? What? Are trials always like this with you? I mean, I assume they're not like this with just me. Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So this is where we turn this trial around, right? No, we're only on day 2. We don't get to turn the trial around until day 3. Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hello, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a young'un, at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come to take a look to see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? Oh, wrong person. That wrong to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last few days have really been on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall, the whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? Yeah, it's clearly in the muffler. At the awards ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth's seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken? Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns, and sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Thanks, I guess? I'd like to resume? What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over, your back is bent. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well, then I believe it is time we continue on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock? Who's there? This man? What's with this guy? A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. He's wearing the same insignia as the Western dude. Who on earth is he? Please tell us who you are. Ah, it's you! Uh-huh. Are you gonna say anything? Oh, sorry I'm late. Udgy. The roads were packed, it's just me. Long time no see, Udgy. How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy, smizzy, Udgy. My boy, you have to make time to relax. Yep. Udgy seems to be his nickname for the judge? I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Ah, so you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little Worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime, jolly. Little Worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Never met him in my life. Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Grant. Damon Grant. Gant. Sorry, I read that as Grant, but it says Gant. Gant indeed. Pleased to meet you, everyone! What do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that this stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less. Oh look, 67S. Where have we seen that before? It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Hedgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says, Person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature is there. Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair. On the day of the crime I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah. The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think you just push the switch. If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Alright, we have to wait for the game to get all the way over there. Do I have control now? I do. Great. Ah, don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? Oh, look at this knife blade. Small tag on the knife. It says SL92. Right. Because the note is upside down. That's supposed to mean. I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. DL6, maybe it's a case number? That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again. Looks like there's maybe some fingerprints. Yeah, we're not really allowed to look at anything else right now. Yeah. 67S. So, if we assume this is upside down, so it's supposed to be SL9, then it's not 12-2, it's 2 of 21. Which might mean, because the thing has a 2 on it as well, maybe it's 2 out of 21 pieces. About the split between the prosecutors and the police? And this knife? Oh, sure thing, not a problem. Not even a little one, really. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this secure case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Hudgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15? That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order. Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright, two detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Can't say how it's special here, unless there's evidence. Let's press this. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on at a department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine the knife while we can, Righto. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the evidence. So how are things down at the department? Either we have to present the knife itself, or Goodman's note. Oh yeah, your life bar refills, I think generally at save points. Wait a second. Ah, at last, an honest-to-goodness objection. This knife has to do has something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Ah, an honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Aji? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL9, 2. And this is important, why? Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7s, 12 divided by 2. Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around, and what do you get? Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that is written on this knife's tag. Order. Well, Chief? Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto. I win? Ha! What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. And it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So, something did happen. And why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy, what with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? The detective was killed at the police department. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot? Another detective was killed at the police department? Ah, that's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Edgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested them, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Alright, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. Okay, well we already know when the murder occurred. And if the thing was done... Okay, tell me how the victim was killed. How was he killed? Now that's interesting part. It was what we in the Force call a stabbing with a knife. A knife? It's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit we're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. It seems like I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder. see if I can do the other ones. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. It's the same crime. It's the same crime. He was actually killed in the evidence room, and then he was... And we're gonna end up pointing the finger at Edgeworth, because it was his car that he drove. The evidence room? Wait a second. I have heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go on to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. Ha, you don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. Long pause. You two make a cute couple. You took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim to the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information? Unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Well, who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're gonna tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Alright, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't get getting your hopes up. The number is 584-2189. 584-2189. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82... Well, I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? This tells me everything. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning... It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department. Tells you something? What does it tell you? Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office, 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh-ho! Is it yours? That's right. The lawyer thing, it doesn't work out so well, so sometimes I do police work. No, Your Honor, a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Oh, shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842-189. Pause for effect. And? This means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82... No, I've forgotten. The number the chief of police gave us was 8584-2189. Wait a second, Wright? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, sharp as a tack, Righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. You can't have our victim. We have our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. I'm glad to see you're still kind of paying attention, Judge. Yet, a detective, Bruce Goodman, was also killed at the police department. I'm just... Like, logically, it should just be like, it's the same person. And yet, I'm waiting for the game, because it's been so long since I've played this. I'm waiting for the game to turn around and tell me it's twins. That there are 2 Detective Goodman with the same exact blood type or something dumb. And they both went into detectiving together. In the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? In a completely different location? Order! Chief, what does this mean? No, what I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth. They're yours. What? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our officer Meekins who brought you the news. Oh no. Oh no. He sent Meekins away. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Flashback. Remember when this happened? Where he looked for Professor Edgeworth? Professor? Mr. Edgeworth? You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me, he said that the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman, murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Gah. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem off. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then Like the longest pauses. Ah, no such luck this time, worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? What? Now what was that second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over there. Good job, Righto. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened, if it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Oh, poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. Really? Really? We went through like at least 4 of them earlier today. And I'm pretty sure so many in the last 3 cases. Sir, I object. I object. I object. I will grant 1 further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. I think we can at least get through the investigation portion. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this "and the evidence room" part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Oh, don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that with these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. We're just going directly here now. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Good science work, Emma. Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room, no biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. Right, the oil drum. Getting kicked over was a thing. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never! Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in the oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. was wondering where we were gonna get some new gadgets. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. What does that have to do with it? Yeah, we're not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Oh, you have an extra pair? Ooh. Oddly, I would have thought they'd be more pink tinted than red, but to test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this. I see a button to spread it on. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a blood stain? Is this a blood stain? So, Emma, you're shaking. This is my first time seeing real blood. Well, scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know this is a blood stain. Doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this? The amount? The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little bit more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay? Just gonna take a marker to them. See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Received from one very proud-looking Emma Skye. Can't be sure the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Well, then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You only trust your own eyes. Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. It's wrong to think that. I'm sorry. You lied on the witness stand. Unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Skye stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph was something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. It's okay. After 2 years of the pandemic, we all felt like 30 years had passed. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They'd confess. They'd babble like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long, they called me the Cough-Up Queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? Blamed, the prosecutors for it. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... Well, time to start showing her stuff. SL9 incident, it's written on the knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Do I have to show you something else? No, this is the same. Okay. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. Your lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? Ah, there we go. That instant really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago was the biggest case I'd ever handled. We were planning some sort of heist. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So, they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made-up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell those lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Starr's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? I think we found at least 6 in one of her testimonies. Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes? Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he or are you his... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. How do I activate? Gotta spray enough to get the examine thing to show up. Blood must be from when Lana... No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Okay, I think it's just those two things. Alright. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. Detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime? According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is. Oh, she's like a kid in an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime? Sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. Can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert? What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where is the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Really, you don't say. What is with this security measure? There's an awful lot of, juice. Look on the floor. A lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. Oh, right, there's a whole video element to this case, isn't there? Or was that later? Yipes, you sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Cased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. The swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But it looks like it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Cactus. Ooh, clothes. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. Is there? It's more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, leather... What was this called again? Punchy? Paunchy? Pinchy? Oh, a poochie. Wait. Maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. I mean, we have a detective's card. We not just use it? This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please? Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal, now we just need evidence. The criminal, do you mean? You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right? Yes, here is us talking about it. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking to you isn't gonna fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Nope. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first. Let's go check out that police department crime scene. And you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. Doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. Still, I do feel a bit better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Is it Edgeworth? Is it just gonna be Edgeworth? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Thanks, game. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me? A perpetrator? I'd say I was perpetrated against, sir. That's why I say, oh, it's Meekins. Oh, hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. It's this dude. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center. No, sir. I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir. I'm in the wrong area for that, sir. Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins. You didn't, did you? That is not a sound effect that needs to be here. Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Oh, I hear you fine, Officer Meekins. Had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. That also is a sound effect I don't like. What the heck is this guy doing? What happened then? After that, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And then when I came to, I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. And another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first. Tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. Till we finish talking with you, no sound effects for you. If you did label me as a perpetrator victim, sir, then label me victim. I would put you. But you happen to be in detention alive. Well, that. Ah, yes, well, sir, I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him a stranger, or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why'd you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. Someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? To tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... what? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow. Can you imagine how I felt? Victim's body disappeared. Some story. Hey, look at my badge. Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir. Huh? I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me how she has one just like it. Me? Why would I? I know, sir, I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere. I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I'd like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But now I remember. I remember. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd like to pry into this little deeper. Okay, so this one does nothing. Nothing with that. Hey, why do you have that? That's from the day it was taken at the prosecutor's office. The day that Detective Goodman's body was found in the trunk. So this means I'm a free man. Innocent! If this is a dream, sir, then I hope I never wake up. If this is a dream, you'd better wake up right now. Okay. I'm scared of knives, sir. I just wanted you to look at it. Last night I dreamed about it being an apple, and it was being peeled. Right, okay. Alright. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little... I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman was who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. He pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. Oh, that's a terrible motto. What happened then? Well, everything went white and I woke up here. So, why was it they arrested you? What do you mean? Well, let's look at what we know. Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. As I did say something along those lines. But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. So it's not Detective Goodman. But you don't remember the events clearly. No. But the videotape is quite clear. Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No, thanks. Anything happen when we go back to the office? No. Okay, good. Do, 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 do. Someone would be here. Let's just spray everything down while we're at it. Alright, so... Here we go. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all? You know what it means if they say if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm totally sure. Absolutely. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Ah, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Grant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right? Righto? Von Karma? The scariest person alive? Until at least next game? A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. They being the prosecutors, I mean. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't just give away all of our secrets like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. I was expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the Chief of Detectives trap shut. Oh, was he the one you were picking on earlier? You saw that? Whoops. Wonder what was that he wanted the Chief of Detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Wait, what? My mouth is watering. I can almost hear the sound of steak frying on the grill. No doubt it's all cold and tough by now. Nah, I'm sure it's delicious. Miss Star poured her heart into making this. So long as she didn't put any other organs in there. Let's see. Ingredients. Meat. She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically. Yeah, let's hope so. Of course, as a scientist, I have to check what additive she used. Go to town. Huh? It says here hours of sweat and labor. So that's why the sauce is so salty. Alright. Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to tell me stuff. Aw, he has nothing to say about my badge? I'm sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that, just in case. Should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. This is the police mascot, Blue Badger. The signs changed a little from the one outside. Ah well, the dancing Blue Badger, TM, is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely. It's cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside then, you'll give her nightmares. I'm through with the stuff, though. I say, go find the guy who can't... No. Okay. You are not going to talk to me. Ooh. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor? Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Long pause. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Hey, look! Something happened! And for you, here, you can borrow this. Oh hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. You just run along now and do your best, folks. Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we need to get into that evidence room. This place is a bad influence on you. Alright. Guard station. Can we just... No? It's beyond the door. And we have this ID card. We're not going to use the other one we had. We got regular permission. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Or the card reader is turned off. What's the security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina's skaz so gray? Officer Marshall. Oh, why does it have to be Officer Marshall? What's with the why does it have to be him look for? As you have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Oh, yeehaw, that card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us. That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Miss Star? What's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch? I see, I see. I don't... What does it mean? Alright, you win. Ask anything you want. Finally, he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago... Well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know. Miss Star told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago? It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Star, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but smells like a bad game of poker. Can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard the names so many times, but no one wants to tell us what actually happened. There was some things you're better off not knowing. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case? That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them. There must be a dozen. Like I said, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these security cameras. Those are the ones Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman? Are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guardian, you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, can't show you more than that. I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. I mean, yeah, of course there is. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago? See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was in the ground in the parking lot. The number on this. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. Who got all 7s? Which person has all 7s? I want to know that. I don't think it's relevant at all, but I want to know that. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Well, his card was used. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. Just been checking some good stuff out at 420. Why would he have pointed a knife? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Yeah, because we have... If that's Meekins' number at the bottom, he was also in earlier. Okay. Evan's room. It's quiet. The investigation room must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It's really kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Eek! Whoa. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Yeah, it's true. So Chief of Police Gant, Will loan anyone 50 bucks? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day? But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Ah, gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Those are definitely some floor plans. So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day? That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I am a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open. Only you can open. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So only the locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Oh. Let's see. It's the victim Detective Goodman's ID card. You say everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you lose your card. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the awards ceremony? Of course. Right, he got an award for diligence. Ah. There's a reason. He still doesn't know what it is. Okay, no, we've gone through that conversation before. Yeah, we've done that conversation before. They took down the Blue Badger. They said it was shameful. Shameful. I told night and day. I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. Right. Nothing about that. Right, that's the same thing about... Oh, that's... Sorry, I gotta read that again. I thought that was all the same stuff. Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone because that was Mr. Edgeworth's big first case 2 years ago. It was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence show up now? I guess it's not over. nothing about this. We know nothing about this. That's the photo Miss Star took. Anything you tell us about it? That Miss Star is quite the lady? Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. What? 16? That's how old I am now. What happened? I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. Nothing about that. Right, this is the thing about the case. Don't know anything about this. Can you take a look at this? This is the ID record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa. What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? What? Wait, you can't remember your own number, but you know Edgeworth's? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? It's a good question. Can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents. The police department lacks faith in its lock system. Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead over the prosecutor's office. Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent? So it was a murder. A serial killing. A serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. And started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident. So, that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detectives responsible. How many times have I had them breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? It sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under his trench coat either. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it in front of them, pal. This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey, our security is high tech. Just this car door laying around. Oh, look at this pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist? Maybe it's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. That's the door we just came through. Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out. I wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside. Let's hope he remembers we're in here. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal. That's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Guard Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. A cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Okay. What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint there. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in this room? I mean, we're gonna get there. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all those pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. It's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try and put it back together? Good luck. There's no job. That's no job for amateurs. I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. Well, that's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Now this piece looks like the bottom. Puzzle time. No, that's most certainly part of the top. That looks... maybe? Okay, cool. Looks like there's a piece missing still. I think we did it. Some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. Absolutely. I did. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. Kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. When you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. 2 things that bother me. Why are some of the pieces missing? Doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. Look at this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it's be hard to get it open again if we close it. Empty. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. It does have a tag on it. What is the saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. What? Yeah, there's some blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing a birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Why are you painting inside an evidence locker? Alright. Wow, we have a lot of evidence. Must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. If you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. I don't know, we just thought you might have an opinion that wasn't so... you know, that. I knew it! This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine! It's yours. Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Oh, here we go. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch the spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. That's some pretty amazing stuff you got there. What, this? That's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? Oh, I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Hey, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. Oh, I forgot about that. It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Interestingly, that blood... Oops. Is on the locker with the thing hanging out of it. Looks like a shirt. Hmm. I mean, given that we had that happen, there's probably no more blood to be found. But that is suspicious. But we already did that. Yeah, I don't think we have anything more with him. Really? Thought for sure he would help us with the ID card thing. Do. I would have thought she'd give us a reaction to evidence from the previous case, but I guess not. Guess we'll talk to Edgeworth. Oh, hello. I guess my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. This whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the prosecuting attorney, however. Something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still... Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Alright, all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9? And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in? You're a man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. So, nothing with that. Oh, right. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. AI-16. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The Chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Well, now I'm curious about this other case. Better make a note of it. Oh yes, it's absolutely not important. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the Deputy Chief of Police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then? He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why I was a Deputy Chief of Police on the investigation. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We're the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. Maybe you should give these to Detective Gumshoe? Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Time to go do some fingerprint stuff. Not in this room. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in the blood. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Okay, let's get started. First, choose a finger. Let's choose the finger that will leave behind the clearest print. I can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. I believe on the DS you blew into the microphone after you did the powdering. First we sprinkle the aluminum powder. How do you do that? With the A button. See? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. It adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, blow away the excess. How do I do that? With the X button. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, see? Wow, that looks like fun. Might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. These are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. Ah, you did it. You found one. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck. The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are other prints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Bum 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 bum. Get all the pixels. Every single one of them. All of them. Just dump the whole container on it. You don't need to go this hard. Never needed to go this hard. Oh look, a print. A print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Sure it did. Did I open Etch-a-Sketch as a child? No, but I did try to make all of the lines go on, the entire thing. We're not done yet. This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is. I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess it's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit something you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Yep, there was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? Check for prints. Oh, something I have to warn you about first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Why did it let me bring that up then? Ooh. We found one. See? I didn't dust hard enough. Make sure to appropriately dust. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. But why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Yep, it looks like a good place to stop. So that's where we're going to stop for today. Let's see. Yeah, I think we can go raid Wiggins tonight. Trying to remember, I think... I don't have a solid day on when I can stream next, but we're going to continue this until we're done. In the Discord, I've got a little poll going in the announcements thread about what game we should play after this. It's a short. There's like 5 games listed that are short, because the idea is to finish episode 5 and then take a kind of a palate cleanser, and then come back for game 2. Because we're gonna go through the whole trilogy, and before we take a full break from Ace Attorney. But yeah, there's so much of this case I don't remember. I mostly just remember things like, oh, I know at some point we get to like look through a video feed, and you know, the dusting for prints and stuff is almost all I remember out of this case. I think I might know who did it, but I can't remember why, or if that's actually true, or what. So this is it's interesting to forget this much. All right, we're gonna go raid Wiggins. He's playing some sort of RPG, The Legend of Dragoon. I'm sure it's great. All right, I'll see you later. Take care. Thanks for hanging out.